Okay guys, I guess we're live. I've gone live a couple minutes early. I'm just arranging a couple windows. If you're in the chat, feel free to say hi. I know Noxie's about somewhere, so what's up to Noxie if you're still here? And yeah, we're going to continue our Boom Boom as a weird superhero type character. Let me know if the music's too loud or it's not loud enough. Try and just get the balance right on that. And we'll just continue where we left off. And as always, feel free to chuck some messages in the chat, ask a few questions, and let's just chill, hang out, and enjoy the stream. So I'm going to continue off where we left off doing the light and the shadows, just for anybody joining the stream, in case you're wondering on the process. I set a hard light layer to 50% opacity to do base shadows, and then I set another copy of that layer that's clear above it to make them darker when I go over them, and then just add lighting with an overlay and an additive or glow layer. Hello Venomized Toothless, how's it going? Venomized Toothless says, I just finished redesigning Popcross's Arachnophobia demon. Oh, you mean for the Rejoice doing, where you design your own demon based on fears and stuff. That's quite cool. I've got to say, I will be doing another Phobias as Dragons video this month. And there's going to be quite an interesting phobia added to that one. So that'll be quite fun. But yeah, no, that sounds pretty cool. I'm tempted to actually add my own fear demon into it, but I'm not quite sure. It will be interesting. But anyway, also if you're in the stream, hit the like button to just add the likes. If we can hit 20, we might be able to get this out to more people. But yeah, I'm going to finish off this character, a bit of the background, and I might continue work on a kind of a private illustration project of Mario themed that I've been working on in the last couple of days, depending on what time we get to. And then maybe give a few heads up about things on the channel this month or plans for this month, which would be quite cool. But yeah, how's everyone's day been, by the way? I've had a rather busy day compared to normal after a rather late night, burning the candles both ends to try and get basically get a lot done. If I'm successful, it'll all pay off. I'm also very pleased to say that I'm a koi fish crusher, and I ended up winning on the wheels roulette spin yesterday for the crushers. I won the last one and I ended up winning this one, so I'm very lucky in that regard. And it's a case of yeah, I did not expect that in the slightest. So I'm having quite a nice week so far. It's been really good, really fun, and quite interesting in that regard. Venomized Toothless says, I remember him saying he was sort of disappointed in the design of that demon, so I took it to the next level. That's awesome. I've got a potential demon to do that's, if I do enter it, I've got a rather fun and interesting one that's come from a suggestion on my last Phobias as Dragons video. Which means that I've also kind of changed the narrator on that episode. We're not having Ehrenfeld or Demonica, we'll have a different one, but that's the only giveaway I'm going to do on that. Basically because it's a whole host of well, it's the surprise actually. The patrons, if you do join the patrons will get to know that in advance. They also know what the Mario project is, or kind of a sneak peek of it, because I've posted it on there. From time to time I'll post more in Patreon and the community tab just for behind the scenes here and there of what's going on. But yeah, other than that, it's a case of having fun and working through everything. I don't think it's going to take long to finish this, so we will probably pick up the other Mario one to keep the Mario theme going, which would be quite cool. Just wondering who else we've got in the stream. Hey Minecraft Transformers! Glad you can join us. I did start a couple minutes early, so I'm expecting people to arrive any time now. How is it going for you, Minecraft? I've seen some of your builds that you've been doing lately, the more vehicle forms on your videos, and they look really cool. I've got to say, I'm only good at building Greek-style structures and underground bases in Minecraft, and I'm not very good at the functionality of them. I'm just reasonably good at I'm just reasonably good at the general design. I think I'm talking loud enough for it to echo off the wall. I heard a do sound as I was speaking, so I'm assuming that's me off the wall or the music, which is quite interesting. I do have DempseyJ Gaming here with me this evening, being quiet, but also they've given an amazing suggestion for a potential Halloween video, or if I cannot resist it, one to be done before Halloween. I'm not going to do any spoilers, but it could work, it might not work, it depends. I've not seen it done on YouTube myself. I'll have to do a bit of research.
I don't think it's been done ever.
No, well, it might have been done, but not done on an art channel, so it could be quite interesting. Oh wow, lots of people have arrived. So, Tegan, hi, welcome to the stream. Dr. Virus, hi. Hello, Matthew. No worries, Dr. Virus. You're not late. I started about 5 minutes early just to I got set up and I just thought I'd start a bit early, to be honest. On this one, we're just basically working on finishing off this character a bit more, and then once we've got the initial design kind of done and sorted, I'm going to focus more on. In fact, I work in layers on this, so I work on the darker shadows first where I want them, or some of the layers, and then we'll work on the rest of it. I was just saying, if I do finish this a bit early, I've got another Mario illustration I've been working on behind the scenes that I may load up for this, which would be quite cool. Have I seen your command ship pictures? I don't think I have. Have you? If you've emailed them, are you sending it to redraws and not redraw? Because I think that was the issue we had last time you were sending stuff. I haven't seen anything come in. But if you're sending it to redraws at DempseyJ Illustrations, I will see that. However, that's usually more for the community redraw submissions. So maybe I need to come up with another email address for you guys to be able to submit to. That might actually be something to do, like, I don't know, fan art or subscriber art at. So it's just something separate from the redraws. I haven't set that email address up, so nobody, please do not try and send anything to it. It'll either bounce back or you'll get nothing done. It'll just won't even go anywhere. I'm just thinking of ways to, if you can't get on the Discord, to see some of your artwork, while at the same time keeping the redraw stuff separate, so it's easier to sift through that. But no, I am kind of interested in what you've done for your pictures. Dr. Virus, or should I say, I believe you're Red Knight, aren't you? Your name changes, but I think Dr. Virus Trojan is Red Knight. I'm pretty sure by now I've got some of the aliases right. But yeah, we're basically going to work through this, finish this one off, and then once we've done this one, I will most likely make this a longer stream by jumping onto another illustration. And what I'm placing out, it's more of a digital painting style, and I've been having quite a bit of fun with this. I've done quite a fair bit so far, so I'll show the time lapse on the other one and then we'll work through that, because this character is a kind of like a My Hero Academia villain, but I also want to keep it Mario related, so instead of starting a new picture, we may as well finish off one or work on one that I've been doing. Monday, even though I do have martial arts, it's going to be a normal video just for you guys. And I've also said that this month, at some point, there will be a Phobia vs Dragons video coming out, and there's going to be a unique dragon fear in this. It's going to be one that should hopefully go quite fun. If I can pull this off right, it was a phobia suggested by somebody, It's not a standard phobia. It's a rather unique phobia.
I don't think anyone has it.
I don't. Well, I don't know. I don't think anyone has it. But it will be rather interesting to see. I've got an idea in my head how to do this. So if I can pull this story off, this will be amazing for that one. It may actually it may just make the video go viral. I say go viral. It will probably have to be the teaser image on the front of the video. I think the thumbnail will have to have it, but I won't be showing any teasers of this one until that point. I do like other characters that have made from time to time. Cool. I have to say, this one is one of the weirdest characters I've ever drawn on the channel, to be honest. I'm still not 100% sure what I think of this this winged version. It's kind of like a grown-up. I could see it in My Hero Academia, but at the same time, I can see it as a villain in something like Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, or maybe is it Captain Nintendo, or the Nintendo cartoon that you used to have with the kid Games Master or something, where he's got the controller and he's gone in the video universe. I can never remember the name of it, but it's basically he's got a Nintendo controller, goes into a video game. You got like Mega Man, Icarus, and all that lot. Which I still remember those games when I was younger. But yeah, it's kind of like I could picture it as a bad guy in one of those. A Venomized Dio. Yeah, that would be quite cool. I am looking if Patreon can pick up a bit more, and we hit our target for monetization. Hopefully this month, the way it's going, then I would like to do a couple of like extra videos. So maybe do one to say thank you to the subscribers once we actually get accepted to the YouTube partnership program and stuff. Just like do one that I don't need to worry about hitting watch time on or anything. Once I'm in there, it's like I could just do one out there for not quite following the same theme as everything, but it's you know, I might do a suggested one or something. I do have to do a Patreon suggested video this month. Our single Patreon, and you know who you are. I don't know if you're in the stream yet or not, but you will be able to. Well, you will know exactly what it is because you suggested it. Which is quite cool. Minecraft Transformers says you remember. I think you remember the series that I was on about. It was really quite fun in that. King Hippo from Mike Tyson Punch Out was one of the bang. Yeah, and then you had like was it Mother Brain or something? The weird brain type female one with the big lips. That was a kind of like a female Modoc kind of Modoc in a sense, and it was kind of weird. But no, it was a good series. I used to watch it when I was younger, which is really weird. I've also taken inspiration from a few new Netflix shows that have come out that I want to do some either artwork on or story around. So they've got Supernatural Academy, which came out this week, and I've binge watched all 16 episodes. It's more of a 3D kids, I say kids, it's a 3D cartoon or animation series, but it's really well put together. It's based on some books, and I have not read the books before. But no, it is something, if you like supernatural stuff, you will love. It's got a bit for everybody. Vampires, dragons, shapeshifters, mermaids, witches, just all of that stuff. Fairies and fae. So it's quite cool. The pictures that you can see I've drawn is I don't know if I will actually see any of it yet. If it's not gone to the redraws email address, Dr. Virus, I won't have seen it because that email address is the only one that you. Well, it's the only one that will actually get anything come through in that regard. Unless you sent it to my YouTube one, which is one of my YouTube at DempseyJ Illustrations, which is more for anything from the About page. So from the actual channel being put in. I'm trying to organise things more this year, as I said, so I'm trying to sort that out a little bit. But yeah, I'm also looking to. I was just saying before you guys got here, that DempseyJ Gaming, aka also that kind of artistic kid, has come up with an amazing video idea for Halloween if I don't do it beforehand. We don't think it's been done anywhere on YouTube so far or done by an art channel on YouTube. And if we do it right, it could be massive, but I will probably only do it once. Or once a year, make it a yearly thing. The only reason is because I am unsure about how it will go down. I'm also unsure about how things will work. It takes a bit of research on our part and setting up and testing. But it would be awesome.
I will have to test it multiple times beforehand to find out if it works.
Yes, we would have to test that a while to see if it works, but it could be awesome. I mean, in the live chat, and then I can't wait for me. Why can't you wait for me, Dr. Virus? Or wait, is it your birthday in May? Is that what you're on about? I think someone had a birthday in May. So if May's your birthday and you're looking forward to it, that's cool. I can't wait till the end of the month because I should have hit my. I'm slightly going to be change it here. I'm going to hit my target hopefully by the end of the month for the watch time, which means that I'm 2 months ahead because my planned goal was before the 18th of May. Now, I know somebody has got a birthday in May on the channel. I don't know if it's the 29th. If that's you, Dr. Virus, happy early birthday again. I do remember that it rings a bell in my head from one of our live stream chats. I think it was this one last time. We were talking about it with Tony about birthdays and stuff. Yes, I'm telling my mate I go to 25. Awesome. Well, welcome to your mid-20s at that point. You're literally mid-20s. I'm not going to tell a lie. I'm older than you by at least a decade. So, yeah, enjoy your youth while you can. Although they say, you know, the age I'm going to be in a couple of years is kind of like the new 20. So, yeah. It's going to be interesting. It should be quite cool. But no, happy early birthday for that. Minecraft, did you catch Koi's stream yesterday? Because I did mention about winning the Crusher reel again on the start of this stream, and I couldn't believe it. I just, yeah, it was just like, of all the chances, what were they that was going to happen? I tell you what, it was funny though. I was like, yeah, why not?
Should have said double it and pass it on.
Yeah, I couldn't really. I did actually opt out of it earlier on that day, but Koi said, nope, I'm a crusher, I've got to be in it. So it's like, okay, you know, if I win it, I win it fair and square, and I won it. I'm in shock about it, to be honest. That was insane. Oh, Dr. Virus, that's the best way to be. Seriously, I'm going to put that on there. When it's your birthday, Dr. Virus says, I might feel older on their birthday, but I feel still like a kid inside. That's the best way to be, forever young. I mean, over the years, I've become very proud of the fact I'm still a big kid inside. This is why I love doing all the channel art, all the stuff for having to do... like Mario, Pokemon and that. I love all of that type of stuff and all the old cartoons. I might even actually do a retro video taking super old cartoons from my youth and yeah, doing them in my style, modernized or venomizing them. I mean, we've got
Full Metal Alchemist.
yeah, but I'm thinking even further back. I know we've done Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, but we've got
Flintstones.
Right, let me talk.
Sorry.
But yeah, we have Flintstones, Space Ghost, GoBots, the original Transformers, Centurions, Technoblade, Silverhawks. Well, there are so many more, and that's just a name for you. Bravestar, the original He-Man Master of the Universe is G.I. Joe. I mean, I might do a retro one at some point, and all you guys who know exactly what I'm on about and the original ones and movies and stuff. Yeah, you guys are you guys know it. You're a part of the you're a part of the crew, and yes, I may do that at some point. Oh, I appreciate that, Koi. Yeah, I was just saying, I could not believe it yesterday when you probably heard when it just literally went. You're like, Dempsey, you're so close, and it just went ticked over, and I was just like, oh, I was in stitches. I couldn't believe it. Oh, Dr. Virus, I do too. I mean, if I can't buy it, I get people to buy it for me. Like my other half was kind of to get me the Lucario, which I'm going to be setting up once I set shelves up. So basically, I've got all these figures and these toys around, and we're going to set them up on shelves around here and stuff, and put lighting on, and just get them in the background, which would be quite cool. That's it, Captain N, and the Game Master. Yeah, no, that was it. I always referred to him as Captain Nintendo because he had the Nintendo joystick, which was quite cool. That was an insane idea, so I quite like the idea of that, but that's another one we could probably modernise in the style and that. There isn't actually much more to do on this illustration, so what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to finish this illustration up in a minute, as far as I feel we can take it, or where I think it's comfortable to stop, and I'm going to pick up a second illustration, which I've been working on, which looks quite good. Now, Koi, you have seen the slight working progress on this on Patreon. However, I will be working on the actual illustration more, and it is Mario themed, so it's going to be quite cool. It's going to be a long project, this. I'm on the 4th character out of like probably all of the Mario characters going into this somewhere, so it'll be quite interesting. Oh, also guys, I found a really funny game on stream earlier. I did send a link to Koi to see it. YouTube Life 2. There is actually a game out there where you can buy and pretend to be a YouTuber and post about your interactions with all these made up characters in the game to become a YouTube superstar creator. I've seen it all now. My exact words, I think, were, why would I need a game about something I'm doing in real life? But there is actually a game for it. Yeah, I this is why I say I've got the feel of it from this. This could be a bad guy in it, potentially, which would be quite cool to just work on. I do want to add a layer in here and turn it to a color dodge and just basically highlight a few of these areas and just bit more of the colour out. Sometimes colour dodge is useful to kind of like smooth a few bits out for the colour. It's not a huge amount, but it does help to take a colour for a character and just literally emphasise a few elements on it, which would be quite cool. Robotic Artist 27 says, I've arrived. Well, I'm glad you've arrived. I'm not even going to pronounce that, but Dr. Virus, I agree. Be a YouTube on YouTube. It will be a UU. I think it's maybe a UU YouTube, which sounds a bit more like a train, which would be quite cool. But no, I completely get that. That's quite funny actually. But yeah, I think we're basically done on this one. What do you guys think we need anything more in this illustration, or do you want me to move on to the other one? This was, if I'd known it was going to take about 20 minutes last time, I'd have finished this off, to be honest. But I didn't realise it was going to take that long. It was a bit late and a bit tired when we did the last one. So I'll see what we do. Add another mushroom. Okay, I'll add another mushroom in the background.
on the mushroom.
It needs another white dot on the thing because the mushroom hills that you have in the background of one of the scenes, which is quite cool. So I don't want to do blue though. We'll make it pink. Maybe I should add one of those ledges. Let's just... This one a bit pinker. Oh, one of these is not fully lemmas. Nope, it's not that one. Well, hey, funky effect. It's weird, it looks like something's not layer masked around here. Is it actually on that bottom layer? Oh, it is. Wow. I need to get rid of that slightly. I suppose the next question is, who's excited about the Super Mario movie coming out?
Wait, what?
Yeah, it's coming out, is it April the 5th now it's coming out? Any of you guys know? I think it is April. I was going originally May, I think, but they pushed it, this month I thought, but I think it's April the 5th the new Mario movie's coming out, which I'm super excited about. Really want to see that. I reckon it's going to be absolutely amazing.
That's the first I've heard about it.
It's the first you've heard about it?
Yeah.
Seriously?
Mhm.
Hey, Tipcentric. Thank you for joining the stream. It's nice to see you here. The name of the command ship is Nemesis Harbinger. So what do you think about the name? I quite like the name. That's not a bad name, Dr. Virus, for your command ship that you've been working on. I have to say that is quite a... it's got a nice ring to it, actually. I think anything with Harbinger, I can't say it unless I look at the word. Anything with that in the name kind of gives quite a formidable feel to it, really. Yeah, I've got to do some background lighting on this, actually, so we'll work on that a little bit. It can't do any worse than the original, that's for sure. Yeah, but I did like the original movie, the live action one. I wasn't too sure about the Goombas and some of the storyline, just because of how they portrayed a few things. But I did actually quite like the concept. It wasn't too bad. I think the actors were quite good, and having... who was it who played Mario? Coy, you know who it was. I cannot remember for the life of me. I think his name was Bob. Unless I got the wrong character. Because you did a poll out with it. But that was... I did like that live action. That was one of the ones I enjoyed growing up. However, I'd love to see more of the live actions, to be honest. That would make it a lot more fun and interesting. Although nowadays, I guess the movie that's coming out can be classed as a live action in a sense. It's just an animated one. So it's kind of like an animated live action. Dr. Virus says, I wait for the Zelda movies. Yeah. Yes, Minecrafter, he did. It's amazing how many films I've seen him in after that. It was like one of the early points of the career. But yeah, yeah. But it was actually really well done, the whole kind of story in that, for what it was back then. Right, now I've got this, I'm going to put some... right, I need to merge these down a bit. So, in case anyone's wondering, I'm merging the layers down to make all of these onto one. So, on my next layer of the clipping mask, I can actually add some highlights. And highlighted areas. So, I'm not going to be light with this. I'm basically adding a lit up area to the background, and it's going to look really weird to start with, and then once I actually do what I want to do with these, it kind of ties in a bit. Do need to do an add layer and then bring that down quite a bit, because is that on my add layer? I want to clipping mask that, not alpha lock it. The reason being, I want to kind of highlight some of these aspects. Oh, Dr. Forrest has a good question. What game do you want to get a movie? Game. See, most of the games I played when I was younger kind of have either cartoon shows or a bit of a movie already, so it's very difficult to decide what I would want to have one. I'd like to see somewhat of them remade. So, for example, movie-wise, one of the older ones, I guess, that had a movie that I'd like to see redone. Thinking about it, probably would be... I had it in my head a second ago. What would it be? It's a good question, actually.
I mean, I already know what I choose.
What would you choose?
Five Nights at Freddy's Security Breach.
Yeah, that wouldn't be too bad. Modern games, I would love...
Just have to make it correctly.
I reckon Metal Gear Solid would probably be an awesome movie or movie series if they brought that outright. I mean, the games, the whole game is pretty much a story, but I think if they did that right, that would be epic. I've got a feeling that would just go mental for a game. But I would like to see some older stuff become games, could become movies. So maybe a live action Centurions, Man and Machine, Centurion Supreme, or I don't know, the Sentinels and stuff. Actually bring them out from the old cartoons into real movies. Be quite good. Fish Gaming says Pedro Pascal is the best Mario. Is that the one from the HBO trailer from using the cast of The Last of Us? Because I think that's the guy, and if that is, I agree. That was just brilliant, that trailer. Also, Fish Gaming says I would like to see Blaster Masters a movie. Nice. Tipcentric says I'm surprised there hasn't been a GTA movie yet. Yeah, I'm surprised there hasn't been that. I guess it depends on if they want to promote a lot of the stuff in GTA as well, because even, well, I say that it's probably not as bad as any action movie going nowadays, but it would be quite a lot to get into a movie.
I'm surprised they haven't making Ark Survival movie.
I wonder who will play Ganondorf in Zelda movies. No idea, Dr. Forrest. And oh yeah, the HBO one. If you guys haven't seen it, that trailer is absolutely amazing. I have to say it is probably the best Mario trailer in a long time, bar the actual movie one. It's just beautiful. I can't describe it any other way. It's just the best trailer I've seen ever. It's not the language in it is a little bit more based on adults and like 15 plus, just because of the swearing. But the actual trailer itself is beautifully done. I mean, it's amazing.
Okay, what Mario swears?
This is taking like the cast from the Last of Us.
Oh, that zombie thing.
Yeah, and putting them as Mario characters in a trailer, and it's absolutely amazing. A Super Smash Bros. Cartoon, that would be quite cool. There's some cartoons back in the day. I'm surprised they didn't actually become more movie-wise or get a bigger kind of like following and stuff. Where's my... The secret to any good artist is knowing your layers and having brushes for most of the layers. I'm not going to lie, brushes, layer modes, and knowing how they stack on each other is probably the best thing that you can have as a artist. Over time you build up the experience, but it works wonderfully well for what you're working on. I think that background blue needs another layer. Actually, I'll do that one. I'll cheat. Just wonder what happens if I take my normal... Which one do I normally use? I'm just wondering if I use some of my normal video brushes. I mean, I use them for backgrounds mainly, but I'm just wondering what happens if I add a few. Or I've reached the layer limit. That doesn't happen very often, guys, but reaching a layer limit is interesting. Mega Man X movie. Oh, that would be awesome, actually, a Mega Man X movie. They've done a lot of animated Mega Man series and stuff, but they've not actually done a proper movie with it, which would be quite cool. I think is that also based off like an anime series, Overlord? There's one series where a guy is basically this Overlord character and he's a good guy, he's trapped in the game. There's a few where they get trapped in the game, but he's basically the like demon lord, Overlord, and he's just using his abilities to be really nice to people and that. But at the same time, it's a case of he's just the most powerful OP character going, which is quite fun. I don't know if they've done that series or it's similar to that game. Yes, but no. Okay, similar concept, but not quite the same. That's cool. Yeah, things like that would make good series as well. I guess it just depends on what the actual concept for it all is or works out to be. Okay, I need to merge some of these down. So merge down. Merge down. Rule of thumb: if you do anything in Procreate merging down your layers, don't group select and squish them down. Unless you're confident, unless they're all the same layer type or you know how it's going to work. Sometimes it's actually easier to take a layer and just merge it down by clicking it and merge it down to the one that's below it one at a time, and you don't lose your effects. It also lets you see what layers actually do lose their effects, which is quite good. I just want to add some more darkness to the hard light. 50%. It does come out a bit weird sometimes when you're increasing shadows everywhere. You kind of like that contrast makes all the difference to an image. You don't want it everywhere, but that whole contrasting gives a bit more dimension and shape to this character. And then if I go back up here and I add an extra hard light here, 50%. I'm just wondering if I can I mean, they're a villain, you want a bit of a darkness around them, but I just want to also take the general gist of the character and just add a few... I add the feeling of like the shadows from the side of the head and the face and just... make it feel like there's a bit more contrast in the picture. So even if I drop this down tiny bit, we kind of have that feel of the light hitting it, which should be quite good. Where's this one? This is the other there. Kind of like a pipe in the top bit, which doesn't look right. I think that might do for this one, actually. I don't want to do too much more because I think I'll break it. So I think that'll do for this one. I don't want to overdo it or overcomplicate it on this. However, if you guys want, because that's only like a 40-minute stream, we can continue with another Mario illustration if you're up for it. So if you want to see another Mario illustration that I'm working on and we continue with that, put yes in the chat.
Something completely new.
If you want to see something completely new, put new in the chat and we start something new. But it's entirely up to you guys what's happening. I am happy to do an existing one that I've started, which is partially through, and I'll show you the time lapse. New. Everybody wants a new. You want a new illustration? Okay.
It's because I said it.
Right. I'll tell you what. I'll give you guys an informed choice. This is the one I'm working on with the characters, including doing Yoshi. Currently, let me group that. And the other Mario characters behind the scenes. I'm doing this like epic illustration that's going to have a load of characters going around the bottom bit as well. I can either continue this, or I can do a new Mario character, and we can maybe do another Koopaling. It's entirely up to you guys. Now you're informed, what would you like to see? You can put new for a new one, or you can put this for this one. And then we'll see what happens. Whichever one's chosen, we'll start and we'll do. I'm happy either way. I just want to give you an informed decision, just so you know. Koopaling. We got one for a Koopaling. Dr. Virus is in the middle. They can't decide. I know, I made it tough, didn't I? A Koopaling. We've got two for the new Koopaling, so do we have any more? Okay, that's it. New one it is then. I'll finish this one off in my spare time, but it's coming along nicely. So we're doing a Koopaling. Okay, let's create a brand new canvas. Make sure we're on the right brush and settings, what we want. Shut the brush. A robotic Koopaling. We've got to decide the Koopaling first. So we actually need to. Let's just decide the Koopaling first before we start throwing a load of things. Baby Bowser. Baby Bowser.
Well, yes. But that's twice.
Is that Bowser? That's Bowser Jr., isn't it?
No, Baby Bowser is just.
Yeah, it's also known as Bowser Jr. It's like the little one with the bib and the little clown thing. Should we do Baby Bowser? What do you guys think? Give me a second. I will see if I can update the image to show you who this one is. Nope, maybe this one. Cool. So I'm going to use pop that image down to the Baby Bowser image for you guys to see, and then if you want, I will use it. This guy. Should we do this guy? I know I've done a Bowser, but I haven't done Bowser Jr. You like the guy with the pink glasses as well? Which one's that one? I had the list of them all. Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, I know, thingy. Who is it? Let me see if I get the list of them, the names up again. Roy. You like Roy. You like the, yeah, it is Roy. Yeah, because we've got Roy, Lemmy, Larry, Morton, Wendy, Iggy, and Ludwig. So, I'll tell you what, I'll put 4 up in a poll. Or a couple up in a poll. So, which coupling next? Bowser Jr. Roy. Sorry, I just need to delete an element off my screen because it's in a place that's really annoying. Basically, I can delete the browser element so I can actually add more options to this so you can get 4. I'm using a pop-out chat, but unfortunately the clear button to clear the pop-up messages gets in the way at times. So Roy, who else would be cool? Let's look at the larger images as well. Iggy, and I suppose we should add who could be quite fun. We'll add Larry. Okay guys, we've opened up a poll for everybody to kind of decide which one we want. I'll leave that going for a minute. I'll also unpin my message. How many likes have we got currently on the stream, guys? Do we have more likes than we have viewers at the moment? That's an interesting question. It's always nice if we do get that scenario, but we're looking to try and get 20 likes. If we get 20 likes, YouTube pushes the video out a bit more, which would be quite good. I'm also going to make a speed paint version of some of that last illustration, and I might turn it into a short as well, which would be quite cool. But yeah, kind of looking to use shorts to promote stuff, and when we do our normal videos and community redraws, I'll be kind of using the shorts like I did with the last one, where we've got an image being drawn and some of the lore coming out, which would be quite cool. I think the next video is going to be quite interesting. Patreon will know what the twist in the Phobias as Dragons episode will be slightly before everybody else, because the artwork will be done before that video goes live, but that'd be quite cool. Dr. Forrest, if we do Bowser Jr. as a grown-up, we're basically doing Bowser, which is kind of defeats the idea. But that little Bowser Jr. down here is quite cute, so we could do that one, or we could do one of the other ones. So let's open that image on a new tab so we've got a larger image. So basically, we are looking to do. I can actually spin this round a bit. Give me a second, guys. Move the whole desk around. We're looking to do one of these crazy guys. So we've got Roy, Ludwig, Wendy. I think that's Lemmy, Iggy, Larry, and Morton. So we'll just see what happens on the poll. Currently on the poll, Roy is winning, so we'll be doing the guy with the pink and purple glasses with the wand in his hand. I'll probably keep this one more to an actual illustration of him. Maybe a little twist on it, but see what we can do from that. Tegan, don't worry. I don't know much about the lore on some of these. I know some of these characters because I used to watch the Mario cartoon when I was younger. I haven't played all the Mario games. I've just played a couple of them. So we're just going to see what actually happens on that one and take it from there, which would be quite cool. Yeah, it's not a problem. Just pick whichever one sounds like a nice name to you if that's the way you're going to do it. We've got 6 votes out of... How many people do we have in the stream? I'm not sure how many we've got in the stream, but if you want to have a say, put your vote in. I'll do it for about another minute, and then we'll go for which one's winning, and we'll turn it into an illustration on here. I may just do, I may just do something like a spell coming out of Roy's hand. In fact, let's get some background information while we're waiting. Hey Ben, how's it going? He's known as the Bully Cooper in the cartoons. He's one of the Koopalings, a kind of 7 siblings that act as leaders of the Koopa troop under Bowser. Originally considered his children. From what's been revealed about Roy's personality, he's more brawn than brains, preferring brute force over thinking things through. Although he's usually seen as more intelligent than Morton. Despite the scruff, tough guy demeanour, Roy originally wore a magenta shell. He now wears a purple shell with magenta rings around his spikes to give him a more distinct appearance from his siblings. He also wears magenta sunglasses, similar to his namesake, the rock and roll musician Roy Orbison. Ben, you've just come from Popcross because you've just seen him do his singing monsters as more monstrous characters. That's why you've got the idea of SCPs, which isn't too bad actually. I'm looking for SCP stuff to do, which I quite like that idea. I'm just trying to find Roy's kind of abilities, you know, or what he does. He's got using a giant bullet blaster would be quite cool. Yeah, no, I like that image. That's a nice image. Okay, I've got an idea for an image I can use as a basis for this, for the character, and see what we can come up with. So, wait. Oh, okay, that's fine. We've got that. So we've got 8 votes. I'm going to end the poll, and it looks like Roy's won. I think that's long enough for not having anything being drawn at the moment on the channel. And we will take an illustration of Roy and we'll do something fun with it. So, do we want it dynamic, like he's coming towards us doing something, or do we want it more like a static pose? What do you guys think? Ben, I will be doing a superheroes or supervillains as SCPs episode again at some point. For definite, that's definitely going to be happening. I need to get through a Phobias as Dragons video first, and a couple other ones that I've kind of promised to happen in March that I'll be getting back to doing, like the multiverse story arc with a venomized Grimlock, which would be quite cool. But it is on my list of things to do. I just need to try and get a bit more organised on my list. I've been super organised with a lot of things and sorting things out. Possibly. I'm thinking he definitely needs to have that giant bazooka with the skull, that bullet blaster that he uses, where he just shoots those bullets out at people. That would be quite cool. Just thinking how to make it a bit more menacing. In fact, do we have more images of Roy? Because the...
Make it really gory.
I don't know if that's his... I'm trying to find out if that is his... eyebrows frowning in the middle, or if that's actually a design, like something on this head at the side. I'm assuming it's eyebrows, but it looks like it's... Oh no, it looks a bit like it's a little bump, like a little circular bump on his head. Okay, let's start with a pose for this. Maybe instead of having Roy's left hand on the ground and have like the bazooka behind his head and fire. I don't know. Fire. Okay, I've got an idea. I'm going to mix two reference images together to get this pose. So we'll see what happens on this one. Give me a second, guys, and I'll start drawing this out as a pose. I'm just doing some construction lines in from the poses to get a rough idea before I do too much detail. Because we kind of want this to work how we want, but not be too... No. Is that a Cinema forearms behind me? No, but that would be pretty cool. I actually do think I should do a Ben 10 Xenomorph series, to be honest. That would be quite cool. It's just getting that to pretty much work for the lore. I'd have to go proper Xenomorph lore, like Alien style. And the question is, do I go gory with the fact of it's been in the Alien first of all, or do I just talk about that version of the Xenomorph and what it can do when it stalks people? That's the toughest decision I've got to make on it.
Gory.
We know you want gory, but it's what everybody else wants.
True Xenomorph lore. I speak for the people.
Don't speak for the people, you speak for what you hope the people want.
I speak for my people.
I'm glad Roy won. He is about it. Yeah, hopefully on this one I'm going to make him into more of a... Actually, I don't want that there. This is where I'm going to tweak it slightly. So we've got this. I need to put his glasses in over his kind of nose being here. Just so I've got a rough design shape of Roy. You know how Popcross did the SCP Xenomorph video? Maybe make the lore sort of inspired by that. Yeah, kind of. I will need to do research if I go to do a Xenomorph one on how he's done that, because he's nailed that. But I don't want to copy the type of lore too much. What I'd like to do is keep it like it's similar, like the channel bit, but because it will be similar for what we're kind of doing, but make it my own. I like being inspired by Popcross's ideas and stuff. I don't want to just heavily copy it too much. I think that takes away from the whole impact and everything of what we're doing on the channel. But it is a good idea. If you want to use the bazooka, have Roy's right arm on the back of the bazooka. On the back of the bazooka. I got an idea of what I'm doing with it. It should be quite cool in a minute. I just need to... One year later, yeah. 1 year later, I might do something similar. So if he's holding it there and he's got it here, the thumb's gonna be like that. So the thumb's going to be, fingers are going to be closest. Okay, so little finger's going to be down here. That's right. I will have to move the bazooka a little bit and the fingers. I'm just trying to get the basic structure of things kind of in place. Alien vs Predator is your way in for that, in my opinion. The underground pyramid on it. Yeah, that would be quite a... that was a good concept. The other option could be to do something like the original story, you know, the story for that, but also maybe something more along the lines of Prey, which has them back in kind of like olden times in I think was it Northern America somewhere. That would be quite an interesting one to do, because it would be I think that would tie in to the story well as well, but I think that has to be done right, because obviously the only problem with the whole Alien and Predator stuff is the films and the storyline from them all are not consistent. The timelines don't add up, so unless somewhere time travel gets added to it, yeah, it does not make any sense at some point. If you do a Bowser as a supervillain, maybe include the chain ball dog thing into it too. Yeah, I will be. Those Bow Wows will be getting added into stuff as well, which would be quite cool. I need to. Okay, so that's here. So we obviously want this to come. So that's not too bad with that, and that's got this kind of like skull design behind. Probably lose some of that skull design actually, because where his cheeks come back. That's fine. Okay, so let's go more to this one. Yeah, time travel can be super confusing in general, so it's hard to tell what's going on. Right, so I want this to come kind of down here and then just disappear behind that. So that's kind of his arm coming across. Well, actually, that cheek bit here. So his arm comes across here. And then we'll have kind of coming along and underneath. It's kind of weird how I've got this held. Doesn't look right. I'll sort that in a minute. And you get most of the body shape in. Because from this arm, we kind of got a shell on this side, which will have the right, and I want this bit here. I don't think his arm should be there. I think it should be coming underneath. So that should be more around there. This should be more the belly bit here with the basic Cooper shaped stuff. Hey Galhow19, you have asked, have you seen the new Attack on Titan and the new Mandalorian? Are you on about live action films? I haven't seen the new Mandalorian.
No, there's a new Attack on Titan episode that came out today, I'm pretty sure.
I haven't seen it then. Currently, I have not seen that. It will be something on my list to have a look at, though. Right, here's Roy being a complete badass for 5 minutes. I will tidy all these lines up in a bit, but I kind of want to... I can move Roy a little bit now, because he needs to be larger. More in place with being... well, it could be eating that kind of artistic kid, but DempseyJ Gaming sat over there on the sofa, so not sure what's going on. Dance you there, Ben? If that is that the crocodile demon from his Demon Universe. Galahad19 also asks, hey, do you know of Art Spear Entertainment? They have designed popular videos like the Superhero Brawl and Fantasia. Superhero Brawl sounds familiar, but I haven't actually known of that name, if that makes sense. So I may have heard it, but I'm not too familiar with it, to be honest. But yeah, we'll just have to see what happens on that. I tend to stay in my own world. I'm behind on a few things like that, so I do need to find out. Let's just copy that over. I'm gonna add something else to this, so let's see what I can do. Is that the fear of love demon outside your house? I hope not, because I don't have a fear of love, so somebody in the block of flats might have one. Check it out, super good. I will do Galahad19 when I get a chance to. Thank you, Koi, for saying Rory looks awesome already. I've got an idea for what else to have here. Just imagine Robotnik fused with Bowser. Bowser Man or Eggser? I wonder which one it will fall under. So what is everyone up to at the moment? Koi, are you doing any cooking tonight? If so, is it anything nice? Just going by what you sometimes say you're up to when you're in the stream from time to time. Deegan says, I'm drawing a dragon person and watching the stream. Nice. That's quite cool. Yes, Ben. Eggman is the nickname that's on it. Get Robotnik. Waiting for my so I can go down to grandparents to have a haircut. Cool. I kind of need a haircut, but my clippers broke, so I'm going to have to figure out what I'm doing with that. Yes, and Dr. Eggman, or Robotnik, was originally... instead of Ovi Robotnik, it was Ivo Robotnik. It was Ovi Kinterbor, and he was a good guy. and using a Chaos Emerald and Sonic on a treadmill with these new Seekers, he kind of caused an explosion in the original comics, and it made Sonic super fast and blue instead of brown with fin spikes to what you see today. But it also made fused Kintbor with some rotten eggs from a fridge and made him into evil Eggman, basically evil Dr. Robotnik. So that's where that all came from.
Wait, what?
Yeah, that's the original.
Sonic was a hedgehog.
Sonic was a proper hedgehog in the very first comic, and he ran on a treadmill testing out some new sneakers for a good scientist. And it was testing out. He ran so fast because of the new power source used to power it, which was a Chaos Emerald. It caused an explosion on the treadmill. The explosion turned Sonic blue and made him have supersonic speed. But the scientist Kintbor actually got fused with rotten eggs and became Robotnik and became evil because the rotten eggs were bad and gone off. That's how the original comic went on the very first episode, or the very first comic issue. I used to have it when I was thinking, which was quite cool.
That's just ruined my whole. I've been like to my whole life.
Galahow 19 says, hey, the community redraw for this month is the jungle redraw you've been teased about, isn't it? I'm not going to say whether it is or isn't. I'm just going to say tribes are a factor of this one. I haven't fully decided if it's going to be the jungle one or not yet. Depends on how it works out with the submissions for how I've said it. I've set it up a certain way for the jungle one, but the submissions might be coming in a slightly different way, and if they do, it might tweak it slightly. So it's up in the air at the moment. It's 50-50 is all I can say. I'm not guaranteeing it. Also, Galahana, he says, fun fact, did you know that Arnold Schwarzenegger was meant to have played Dr. Octopus at Spider-Man 2? That would have been quite interesting. That would have been really funny, actually. Could you imagine the Terminator voice going, Peter Parker? You'd have to drop in the line, I'll be back. It just wouldn't work otherwise. Right, so now I want... that's what I want. Guys, I am pulling out all the stops for you on this. I do need to tweak how that bottom bit looks. It's not quite round enough, but... will one of the narrators be in the redraw for this month for Search One? No, none of my narrators will be in the redraw. This redraw set in a completely different universe, time zone, not even a part of that multiverse. This is going to be I planned this one to be outside of it all, so there'll be no narrator. There might be I don't know about a new voice, but that depends if I can get around to getting a new voice working. But there will be no current narrator. It may just be normal talking for it and describing events happening. But that's because the narrators are going to be occupied for other things. Which will be quite cool. In fact, I've got a really good reference picture somewhere. Where is it? Give me a second. Maybe if Ben says, well, maybe if you, sorry, well, maybe to a fusion series of Mario and Sonic, like the two characters Wario and Shadow, that could be quite interesting actually. That would be quite an interesting one. I'm just looking for a particular folder because I know there is artwork by someone that I've got, because I'm part of their Patreon. I'm actually in someone's Patreon. It's not Popcross. No, there's an amazing digital artist, and I joined his Patreon to have a look at some of the art that they do. And there's a very particular one that I want to see, and I just can't. There we go. Let's have a look at that for the chompers. Ah, so that's how they've done it. Because chompers have got this really weird mouth.
The mouth isn't too much of an angle.
What, on the chomper?
Yeah.
I'm not finished with it yet. It's bring it down so I can just see it. It's got to be a. In fact, let's turn Roy off a minute so we can work on the chomper.
Wait, no, not the chomper. The
On the big thing at the bottom.
yeah.
Yeah, I know. What have we got here? Ronald Cornelius III. Hi and welcome to the stream. We finished the last character and we're now doing Roy, even though I've got Baby Bowser at the bottom. I need to change the image actually. I'm going to do an illustration of Roy with his bazooka on the helicopter thing with some chain Bowsers in, and we're going to just style it and do it. I thought I'm going to go more digital painting style. I'm going to go epic with this if I can get it to work. Yes, Ben, 1,000 folders later, but it's actually one folder with 1,000 images. It's not that much in there. Do you have any Fusion series? Galen actually says, do you have any Fusion series in the works for the near future? I can help you with ideas, let's say MHA fused with Greek gods and demigods. I do have some in set up for the future. I'm not going to say which one because I'm going to do a Russian roulette and pick it to be done. I've got about 3 potentials. And what episode do you have to set up for Monday? A normal video. And it's going to be a good one. It'll be slightly different than what I normally do on some stuff, but it is definitely going to be very good. I don't like that eye. Maybe that's got to be... Yeah, let's get rid of that eye. I don't like it. I like that one. That's not in the right spot. I'll look at the chat again in a minute, guys. I'm just literally trying to get a bit of logic. That's a bit better. And then for the mouth, I think I just need to make these a bit larger for menacing. And just have this circle. So if I move these bits around, I can... Let's erase that one. So we've got this, which I'm not really worried about. Okay, right, let's just start this again. Starting him again, so... There we go. In fact, I want to keep that original one. And I'll add some chains in a minute to it to make it more interesting. That works. So we've got. You should do something with The Last of Us. That's been mentioned a few times, so potentially. I do have a Patreon-only suggested video to do. It's one character. Koi, you know what it is because it's your suggestion, because you're the only Patreon. But as a Patreon, the suggested videos, one Patreon-suggested video gets done a month. So if you want to have a guaranteed chance to have a video that's not for the masses, a very particular one, it will be done. And whether it's released just to Patreons or it's released to everybody, it'll be a case of that's going to be happening once a month from now on. It could be potentially an extra live stream once a month. Infected Pokemon. That's not a bad idea, actually.
Oh my god, it's like Marvel What If with Pokemon.
Yeah. It would be cool to see fusions like Chainsaw Man and Dynaclaw, Nexum and Blue Beetle, Kevin Levin, Demonica and Foldable. Possibly. The fusions would be of the narrators would be good. I'm also thinking of potentially doing the narrators as alternate universe forms in some wacky adventure, but that's something different. Hey Tony, welcome to the stream. Glad you can make it again. Yeah, we're doing Roy at the moment on this one, but it was a contender, and I like the image, so I've left it there. Bit lazy on my part, but we're going to do Roy. He's got his bazooka. We're going to put a Chomper in there. He's on that big floating thing underneath, which I need to redraw the bottom bit for him, which I'll do again in a minute. But yeah, since you're turning your narratives into Pokemon, then how about turning them into dragons or robots or something? That's cool. Potentially, but at the moment, we don't actually know how they got out that Pokemon universe. All we know is somewhere along the lines, either afterwards or before, Ehrenfold met Hero, the Beast Tamer. And because of that, there's a new story. And Mondays also has another narrator, or one of our narrators, doing something around the same timeline as that Hero encounter. But I haven't decided if it's going to be before or after that Pokemon series where the narrators of Pokemon. I haven't decided yet. Currently. That's something that needs to be decided. I do want to put some chains on this though, so chains are fun to draw but also a nightmare at times.
And that's why I have a brush for it.
Yeah, I don't want to use a brush for it on this though. I can I'm going to blur the effects out a bit like this Surge one, the further back it goes, that's fine. I do want to, however, erase that entire bottom bit under Roy. I know what I want to do, I just need to redraw that entire thing. Has that got anything on it? No, cool. That's the layer I'm going to do it on. That's not a bad idea. Yeah, no, it'd be quite good. Like the Ultimate Marvel comments, maybe after the narrators get out of the Pokemon universe. Possibly. They are going to be having some rather interesting scenario happen over time, which would be quite cool. Just need to find the... there we go. So it is kind of like a whole circle image. Here, it's got a weird thing underneath. I'm not worried about this too much because it's not going to show it in properly. It's got the funky mouth here, which is like... the mouth is so hard to draw, this weird mouth thing on it. I'll position it in a minute. Bit better, and I'll tweak that in a minute. And it's got little circle, eye, little circle, eye, and that's got the whole line, 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 and then it's got line, 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 and then one little circle here, one little circle here, and at the top it's got this whole bit that cuts it off along here. Erase that. This is what happens when you have a reference picture. It helps so much. There are a few, Ben, that can draw chainsaw no problem, but yeah, you just want to see a Chainsaw Man Dino Claw and see him fight demonic dinos. That would be quite cool, actually. Galho19 says, so what plans do you have in mind for the Beast Tamer? You've introduced a new character. Now, that is top secret, because that is not up to me. That is a joint decision with the Beast Tamer, which needs to be discussed. There will be future videos at the moment. It's just what actually happens, or what we do, is the next point. I'm going to lock that as well, so I can have that back. We've got Roy there, and we've got chain, so we've got this. I want to shrink this down enough to be... Oh, turn that one off. Still needs to be about there, but it's got to come around to the right angle here. And we got another duplicate of that layer that needs to be done. Okay, we're going to start inking this in a second, so I need to move those down, move that up, and merge all those layers together. If it lets me pinch them together. Woohoo! Right, so put that down, and we're going to start inking. Now, this is the most important part of any illustration. Get your inking, your line weights right, and it will look amazing. Tony says, did you try drawing a demon form of 7 Deadly Sins like the Teen Titans? No, I didn't. I never got round to doing that in the end. I do know that I did them as dinosaurs, and I did them as dragons. I never did them as demons, and Meliodas is kind of already a demon clan, so it's a bit tricky to figure out what to do for him. And they've also made him in 7 Deadly Sins, the movies, they've also got a angel variant of him. So it's kind of difficult to do anything with those two. That might be substantial enough to be worth it, but we'll see what happens. Right, let's get the right line weight for this, because this is going to be interesting, this one. So I need to get his... Yeah, maybe Galho 19. Mech Arms for the 7 Deadly Sins would be quite fun. I do have ideas for a potential demon-based Mech Armor series, but that also depends on what happens between Nexum and Demonica, because I've kind of left them not hanging out with each other at the moment. I do need to revisit what's happening between those two. They were getting quite close at one point, and then the all of your guys' evil villains kind of ruined the moment, and they've never really followed up on that yet, which would be quite cool. So it will be interesting to see what we come up with. Because there's so many potential storylines and story bits, it's quite difficult to yeah, that is more of a that is kind of a circle on his head here, isn't it? There is kind of a almost like it's a horn design. There we go. And then its head kind of goes that way. If you're going to do another fusion video, would you? What would you fuse for the 7 deadly sins? I don't know really. If I was fusing anything with the 7 deadly sins, I'd want something completely different. I mean, because they're all based on like fairies and humans and everything else. I'd want something completely random. Maybe I'd fuse them with kind of like mech armors or stuff, or make them like techno-organic or something. Would potentially work. It would be tricky to figure it out though, because it's going to be it will be definitely a difficult one to go, oh yeah, well actually I want to do that one. Let's have a look at how these are. Is that TKAK and DG both on fire? Nope. Wait. No.
I hope not.
Well, they hope not. I really hope not. It's probably the Mac on fire, to be honest, the laptop. So the key for this illustration is to make sure that this design works really well with what we've got. So I need to make sure the lines on the outside are pretty much closed, otherwise this is going to go horribly wrong. Tony says Marvel Avengers dinosaurs or mech armors. That would be cool. That would be quite cool. Mech armors might be a bit more Iron Man-y for Marvel Avengers, but and Iron Man has done suits of them, like in the future Avengers. There were all mech armor versions of the Avengers, but It's not a bad idea to do dinosaur versions, potentially. So let's... Yeah, and I'm not talking much at the moment, but I'm just concentrating on these lines because I want to try and get some of these spot on. Well, it's getting late. I'm going to bed now. See you in the next video. Thanks for joining, Galahan19, and thank you for the questions as always. And I'll see you on the next stream. So good night, and catch you next time. So what do you guys think of the concept for this one? Doing it's kind of like attack illustration of Roy from Mario, kind of like on the, I don't even know what they call the flying gizmo that he's on.
Let's call it Bob.
Call it Bob. Don't know if that works, but yeah, we'll call it Bob. Yeah, he's on Bob. It's the weird kind of like copter things they've got, which is quite cool. Koi, do you know what that like helicopter thing that I've drawn him on is? Those, it's almost like the big boss bit that Bowser uses. Sorry, it's getting a bit hot in the room. It's the kind of like the flying weird smiley face things.
The Goomba copters.
Goomba copters, yeah.
Goomba.
Hella Goomba. Possibly. I don't actually think you'll see much of that symbol behind him, so we'll sort that in a bit. I suppose I could search what it is, but I'm kind of doing the line art, so I'll do that in a minute if I need to. Ben says, Dempsey, if you do MSM as SCPs, I think it would be cool. Oh, sorry, I need my drink. Cool to have like the common version of My Singing Monsters. Monsters being dubbed SCP-A, the rare being SCP-B, and Epic being SCP-C, and Mythical SCP-D. Possibly. Or maybe do, I don't know if Popcross has done it in his. They're not really SCPs, but maybe SCP-C is common, SCP-R is rare, SCP-E is epic, and SCP-M is mythical. With the dashes, but maybe we'll see. Okay, I want to do. Oh, I don't want that line there. I want that. there. So you draw all these bits, you draw all the extra lines, and then when you do the line art, you're like, yeah, I should technically draw them as individual things and colour them all in separately, but at the same time I'm like, nah, I don't want to do that. I want these teeth to have all on my... Okay. Well, I meant it like, you know, how there's more than SCP. It's more than one SCP, like SCP. Yeah, no, I get what you mean. I think for the classing and doing it, it would work quite well with that, and then the dash would have whatever number it is for that one after. Which should be quite cool. If anybody's in the stream and they haven't liked it, and you like Super Mario, like the stream, guys. It's going to help get this out there. And it also lets me know you're enjoying, you know, the content on the channel or the live streams. Okay, this is going to be interesting. There may have been an easy way to do this, thinking about this, but never mind. And this is where a steady hand comes in useful, and I don't always have a steady hand, so this will be rather interesting to do. Is it, yeah, I can ignore it on that one. Or would it be more... that? Dempsey, is that Choo Choo Charles outside your house? No, but as long as it's not a Choo Choo Woo Woo, that's fine. And that there's a story behind that, that if somebody's still awake, they will know. If they're asleep, well, yeah. I will explain that to you later.
What's a chihuahua?
And that's a Choo Choo Woo Woo. I'll explain it to you later. Tell you what, I don't want to draw that eye again. If I don't want to draw it again, I'm not going to draw it again. Make it simpler. TKK, is that a xenomorph goop over your head? That would be really weird. I mean, goop's kind of got no real shape. Being a xenomorph version of that would be super random. Kind of want to see it now.
Well, if there's one above my head, all you have to do is look at it.
If there's a xenomorph goop around your head, I'm not looking.
Why?
Because that's a liquid, that's pretty much a complete living liquid bit of acid. So that's kind of a no-go. That's quite a scary thought. If you want to know how Goop will become a xenomorph, then it would most likely, I'd put in a scenario where David from Alien Covenant is experimenting with the life form of Goop and taking its DNA and fusing it with the DNA of the aliens. It's the only way I could probably suggest that would happen. There's something satisfying about doing the artwork on this one. Until I got to the chains. Chains are never nice. What do you guys think of the illustration so far? I know you can't really see anything while I'm doing the chain at the moment. A great time to ask you guys how you like the illustration. By the way, here's a rectangle. This is going to be really weird when I got to actually colour this in, because it's going to be there are a lot of empty spaces to make sure I get right. Lock that, turn that off. Is that me holding a flower behind me? I wish. That would be quite cool and quite cute, actually.
Yes, it is, and it's mine. You can't have it.
Yes, and it's been claimed. Right, so the key thing about this is picking up all of these. Oh, something's not sealed around here. There we go.
I'm stealing everyone's new privileges. Hand them to me.
No. Alright, I'm going to do something slightly different. I'm going to choose a different base colour so you guys can see it a bit clearer. I might not actually use that base colour, I might colour it in a bit more digitally afterwards, but for now I'm going to have that locked as a layer I can use behind the scenes. And I want to change the background colour to be quite thanks Tipcentric saying it's looking good. It's come along better than I thought it would be at this point. I just need to get a couple more reference image back up that I was looking at. I want to see background colours because that look quite cool. That's an interesting way of doing it. I like those bits at the front, that'd be quite cool. Not sure about that. Do like... Okay, that's cool. I've got ideas for the colour scheme. Hi Sticky Art, welcome to the stream. I'll just block this bit out so you can see it. So we finished our version of Boom Boom, the Koopaling, as a weird supervillain earlier, and now we're doing Roy, kind of like just in a cool pose with some chompers around and this helicopter thing that he's on, and I'm just going to illustrate it. And then we've got a Bowser Jr. because that was a potential one to do, and people didn't know what he looked like underneath, and I've just left him here. So it's kind of Mario themed to continue with what we're doing. I'm just working on the idea of background colours and a few aspects of that. I kind of want to add a few kind of colours into it. I kind of want to give it a bit of a... If I can get a background sorted, when I start digitally painting this, it's going to look really cool. It's just finding the right colours to do, really. It's the hard part. So I'm just chucking a load of colours down to try and get some kind of blended feel for the area, and then this is just going to be behind the characters, and I'll sort some lighting out on them a bit later. I just want to try and just get a bit more of a feel for the illustration, where the it looks really weird because it looks like I've just destroyed the entire piece, but I promise you guys I haven't. It's gonna make more sense in a minute when I start adding the color layers in for the character. Start bringing this to life a bit more. So it's got this weird purpley pink. There you go. Welcome back, Tony. That's cool. Music started again. Alpha lock that. Drop that down a bit and make it a bit more purple. The light's coming up that way. Maybe that'd be the reverse. Maybe I actually want this bit coloured in darker for... I appreciate that, Tony. Yeah, I do like doing the stories with the normal videos. They work really well, and I do find it difficult at times. Some of these videos do take, the story bits take several days to work on in between normal stuff to try and keep it going. But it's just a case of working the way through that, which is always good fun, but quite interesting to do. Do I want a bit of this on here yet? Just add a bit of a lightning. Yeah, I'll leave that, and then I'll take off the alpha lock in a minute. Magenta, so they are more of a reddish pink colour like this. This is where the line art is really important, because the line weight helps to not go over the line, not go over the colours, but it also means that I can see clearly the whole impact and feel of this. So this is more of a digital painting style that I'm going to be doing on this illustration. It's going to be a bit more like that Mario picture that we had before, and like the Bowser one. So it's not going to be more my normal law and video style. This is more a digital painting, similar to the one above, where it's kind of like a cross between. And I'm going to be working on that, but I need to make sure that the colours that we've got here also reflect the places they should be. So for example, if I'm using magenta as the base on that bit, I kind of want it to be also the base on this bit, because Roy's shell has magenta on the around the spikes according to the lore in the wiki. So I'm taking that magenta colour, and it's only going to be in these two spots really, and I'm building the kind of effect that I want on there for it. And then what I'll do is I'll alpha lock this again, and then I'll pick the colours that I want and build them up. Now I'm going to try and not go over the layer too much of what I had before, but at the same time these layers will allow me to get in there slightly for some of this, because even though we've got the a bit, you may pick up a bit of the kind of like the colour of them here. And then I want to obviously get the shadows in, so this is going to be a somewhat darker version. So down to the right, more to purple. Go a bit lower and I can get a much more darker colour and shade out of this. I'm trying something different, because I normally do my light from the top down. I'm actually going to try and get the light coming from the bottom up. Kind of like from here on this side. This is darker and this is lighter, because the light from the monitor here is coming up. So I'm trying to go and get the impact coming up from the bottom, which I've never done in an illustration before. So this could make or break it. So by doing that, it's going to be quite interesting, but I also need to get the right shades for the right shade, right kind of like colour for the next bits, which are going to be these. Even though it's coming up, there's going to be a shadow cast from him across this bottom bit. It's getting the right amount of shading and shadow to be in the bits that need to be a particular colour. Then I can add extra colours to it. So where I've got the purple here, eventually over time, what I might do is I might take this purple colour, but I might want to say, okay, well, that's the shadow there, but maybe I want to add a bit of the purple into it to give a bit more of a kind of like cooler feel. And then I might want to take that out and just get a little bit of that colour there. Just add it in. But then again, I may also want to take a bit more of this colour and actually add this into it. And get one of these lighter colour bits. And just look to add it on some of these areas to pick up like the... It's hard to explain. It's like picking up the right areas for where the lighting would hit it from where I think it's coming up from below. It's very hard to get the lighting right. Yeah, it's kind of got a Raphael feel to it at the moment, but it will be becoming more into what it's going to be. Tegan says, I'm going to go to bed. By the way, the drawing looks great. Thanks, Tegan. Thank you for joining the stream, and yeah, we'll catch you next time. I appreciate it gets a little bit late at this point, so people will potentially be dropping out, but I appreciate anybody who stays, and anybody who needs to go. Don't be shy, just let me know, and we'll catch you on the next one. And it's coming up to midnight here, so it's getting late, but it's not too late at the moment. I'll leave these as pure black, blackish colour for now. I'll add the extra details onto this a little bit later on for these glasses. I just want to get, as I go along, I just want to get a couple bits of the rendering done for a base, kind of like a base rendering of flats, so I can judge where it's going to be. Then I'll put the light on top and get an idea. I should have technically done this a different way to normal. I should have done one flat colour and then picked my light source and done all the main lights and shadows and then built that up. It's close. Tony says it's close to 7 PM for you. Yeah, it's very close to midnight over here in the UK. I think you're on the Eastern Standard Time, about 5 hours behind where I am. So whenever I do a live stream, it tends to be around about the so much back behind. In fact, actually, let's just turn that layer off. Let's do this. I'm going to work out the lighting on this, so it's coming up from the bottom. So anything on this side is effectively shadow. Guaranteed shadow on these bits. If anybody's wondering what I'm doing now, I've decided I need to work out the values. So I've turned that layer off for the colours, and I'm just going to put in roughly where all these values would be for it to be darker. So what I'm trying to do is plan out where the darkest shadows will be on the design, really. So where we've got anything that casts a shadow over the character, or where we think we might get a shadow cast naturally, kind of goes against in some of these, but it's kind of You got to think of it all the shapes as well. So spheres will have it in the circular shape. Cylinders go into certain shapes. I'm in Canada, in Quebec City. Cool. That's quite cool. Nice one, Tony. Koi says one of the favourite places, and Tony loves the chompers. Yeah, I can't take credit for the design. I basically stole the cool way of drawing it from an illustration by Rake, an amazing artist. I will render these my way, but the general smile effect of the chomper's mouth and the eyes, just basically, I saw one of their artworks and I just knew I wanted that kind of design. So I have used that as a reference to base it upon. I'm not taking full credit for it because it's amazing and it's their base concept. I've just basically used it to influence what I'm doing. I'm working on the values here. I can kind of figure out roughly where I want the... See, this is what I was missing from the last one. You can see the change of the light source appearing coming up from what... Whereas what I had was here, it doesn't quite match. So I'm actually going to take off the alpha lock and I'm going to just delete that. Clear that layer out. I'm also going to be working on the values a bit more, so I will be... looking to just flesh out the shadows a bit more. So where we've got let's do the painting one. So we've got harsher shadows potentially. So let's duplicate that, unlock that, merge that down now, and let's just start working on actually blending these properly in. So this is taking like a different approach to normal. I'm taking the need to alpha lock that. I'm basically taking what I've done and I'm just trying to pick out where we will have the darkest shadows in this based on the light source coming from the bottom. I want to flesh out the whole values and the lighting on this because I'm doing something I haven't done before, and it's going to be quite interesting for how it works. You're going to have a whole... We're going to go onto your stream one day, Koi, and it's just going to be all my artwork in your background. Just literally, it'll be your stream camera, and it'll just be metal versions of all my artwork at some point. Because I will do that. I am going to get pretty much a metal canvas print, like it's from Displate, done at some point. Once I've hit the 4K target and I've got some pennies saved up, I'm getting one to go on the background behind here, probably up but on this bit somewhere, replacing some of the other stuff and just having that stand out. So yeah, so I'm taking a different approach this time. I'm kind of making this a tutorial on values right now. So the kind of principle is you want to work out where your light source is coming from. So I know this chomper here will be blocking the light on potentially all of this bit here. In fact, I could block that out. So other than some specular light, which will be... so if I block all that out, specular light will probably be this shade. And it's just going to be a little bit that happens around the edge. Potentially to give the feeling of... the light from around where it is, but it's not going to be a lot. It's just going to be enough to give the impression of the chain, whereas the other light around the side bit of the chains here is actually more... the light's coming more onto it because there's nothing in the way from where the chain is, in effect. So you'll get a brighter colour, or you'll get a better light contrasting value. And the whole point of doing a singular colour with darker tones and lighter tones is it works out the values better. So if you imagine something that's black and white or grayscale, that's perfect to find your values and build it. So I'm kind of working on that principle, that, you know, a lot of this is going to be potentially the darker stuff around the back. And then it kind of becomes more light as we go along. Also depends on the texture of what you're doing. So I will block this out, but for example, the bazooka's kind of really metal, so it's gonna have more of a kind of like that metallic feel that you get when the light hits it. So even though it's dark and it'll have a lot of dark areas, it will have some areas which are going to be kind of like this, where you've got the extra line going through it with the shadow on, and then the shading is going to be, I do want to get the shading coming down this way a little bit. Again, on the other side, I've kind of made it like it's got one side larger than the other. It's not in the actual cartoon design or the design of it, but it's going to work. And believe it or not, you will get a cast shadow still from the character on this bit here. It may not be quite as solid as all of this. Obviously, I'll tidy all the values up later with the actual colours being more solidified in terms of what they are. But it just starts to give that kind of like that 3D feel to it, in a sense. Oh, thanks, Tony. I appreciate that. Yeah, it's taking it in stages. Is the kind of the secret I'm doing right now. Is I know I want certain things to be done a certain way, but at the same time, there's the process to follow. So I'll be adding colours over this eventually to make everything stand out a lot more in terms of everything for it. This is just the general light and shading, which is a bit more like cell shading that you get in anime, like Dragon Ball and that. That's what I'm doing at the moment, but I need to take the concept of the materials and kind of just etch their general shapes and say general shapes, just their essence in, really. And then ironically, this is just going to be for me to get an idea of the lighting and the darker parts of the shadows. Once I've got this done, I will not be following much of this. I'll follow the lighting for where it is, but I'll be building the colours up. So this will definitely be more than one stream for this illustration, but it's going to come out really well. What mangas or anime do I like to watch? Yours is the anime of Overlord. Overlord's a really good one. I watched quite a few. I've got the Iceblade Sorcerer Shall Rule the World, Knights and Magic, Naruto, Boruto, Guyver by a Booster Armor. There's an Evolution one. Can't remember. Fruits of Evolution. What else we got? Isaki Cheat Magician. Gundam. Attack on Titan. There's so many. Pokemon. Digimon. In terms of mangas, I like to read Marshall Peak. Sorry. Check on that. Marshall Peak. Tales of Gods and Demons. Or Demons and Gods. Apophis. I've seen all of the what was it? There was Hunter x Hunter, and I've read all the mangas for it. There's just so many. Code Lyoko is not too bad. It's more of a Western anime style, but it is quite a good one. I've watched so many of them. It's kind of hard for me to just say, oh yeah, it's this one, it's this one, it's this one. But yeah, there's a lot out there that are just really cool. Really weird because I know I won't finish this, but if I can get most of the lighting done on this one, then it'll be a really good stream. See what's happening. I suppose because we're doing doing these now and it's getting quite late, I expect people appearing and disappearing at random on the stream, especially since we're kind of doing something different than what was originally said. But that's because we've kind of already done what was said and we're finishing off some other stuff. But if you are joining the stream, guys, and you like Super Mario, or you like the illustration, then be sure to smash the like button, because it helps get this out to everybody, which I really do appreciate. And yeah, it's just a case of building this up to have kind of like the effect that we want for the lighting. Now, because I know the shell's more of a magenta colour, I want to colour it in as a flat, darker colour and then add a few bits onto it. But I know that's because it's a solid colour, it's not a super light colour. It's actually going to have the texture built up on it, but it is more of a soft gradient on it. Yeah, it's starting to look a bit like a golden statue. It's a very good technique if anybody likes the idea of using it. You basically work on you pick a base colour. It doesn't matter. This base colour Could have been any colour. It could have been a pink, could have been a blue. And you basically either work on a multiply layer or you pick a darker shade and you build it up. So you're basically building up the whole contrast of the image and what you're doing. It's like back here, I haven't done it yet, but that's actually going to be a shadow of most of it. It's going to have like a shadow imprint of Roy. So it should actually be more like this. For the effect, and then we take a bit more of this and we and the main idea of this is all I'm doing is trying to pick out where we would have the lightest parts and then the darkest parts. So just trying to pick out where it would pick up light. So he may get some light here on his head and about here, but that's about it. He's actually got a lot of shadow to him on his head, and then we'll start making things a bit darker around the edges of the face to add that extra depth to a few bits. And then down here's kind of got a dark shadow bit. And then once I actually start rendering this out a bit more, I'll refine these shadows and the light bits to be much more in depth. So I actually have a much slightly more refined feel to it. So add the colours, I'll add the colours, I'll add extra background colours into it and stuff. And hopefully over time, because it's going to take a little bit of time to do this one, this will become a really cool illustration that renders out really nicely. I'm not gonna lie, this one won't be done like today. I mean, we were going for 2.5 hours. I'll probably go until maybe another hour or so. At least get all this light, like I say, at least get all the lighting done that I can do, and then just build it up from there. Let's sort that out a minute for the audio, and then we'll continue some more. It just takes time to build these up, like the values. I want to make sure I've got enough information that it reads right. So I'm trying to get this trying to get it to read right when you look at it. So when you've got the elements here before I put the colors on, it's kind of like, okay, I know these are going to be darker than the main material that's light, so all the values in that, even if you get a dark contrast, won't be as dark as what I've got here on this bit, but that's because it's closest to the light, so there'll be lighter contrasting bits on this kind of design. So where I go to the darker colour, it's actually going to be like, take it down darker. It's going to be on the inner bits to start with for solid colour, and then it's going to be built up. I'm just working out where the light will be if it comes up from the bottom, like what parts of this are going to be lighter or darker. So obviously the opposite side, I say obviously, the opposite side to where the light's coming from is going to be the darkest, but that doesn't mean to say that's the only bit where it's dark, because it's a metallic colour. Or more a metallic object. So I want to kind of just portray the kind of metallic like element. Just takes back a bit. That's better. It doesn't have to be perfect, but if I can get more of the information in now, or the main bulk of it, then it makes it easier later on. Okay, I can sort that bit on later. Just do that for now for the main bulk. Yeah, doing the values can take a while. In fact, it's almost like I'm colouring it in like a golden statue, and then I'm going to be working on that over the top. But it's also an important step to take, to pay attention to the colours that you're doing, or the values, sorry, so that you can yeah, it can. I suppose if anyone's got any questions, it'll be quite good. Anyone got any art questions about what I'm doing or why I'm doing it? Or are you guys just happy to just chill while the music's going and the drawing's going? So there's a lot of information going into this scene currently that isn't really being portrayed, but now I've got this kind of design for that chomper, the other one's not too far off. Guess we've got no questions at the moment. Fair enough. Suppose upcoming things for the channel this month then. If anybody's still listening, is still out there, we're going to have, as I said earlier on, well, I said earlier on the stream, we're going to have our Patreon only video, which is basically a video that's been decided upon by Patreon suggestions. It's one video that I'll select out of all the suggestions, and we'll do that during the month. So that one's happening in March. We've also got a Discord event happening, which I need to set up this weekend, which is going to be just our usual event we do sometimes on Discord, if you can get onto it, where we pretty much build the we get you guys to, or you guys submit some art into a Discord channel, and we pick a winner. They'll get potentially get a shout out on the channel, or they'll get a prize, some line art or an illustration or something, which is quite cool and quite fun. If you haven't joined the Discord, then please feel free to, if you are able to. It's a great place, and everybody's always willing to help each other with their art and progress further with what needs to be done for each person, which is brilliant. I'm on there from time to time. If you're a patron, you can ask me a question. If you're not, then sorry, you can't. No, you can ask me questions, but patrons and members will get a higher chance of response as the channel develops and grows a bit more. Tony says, do you like to play video games? Yes, I do. I like playing Cuphead, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Shredder's Revenge. I watch a lot of films and stuff nowadays, but I do play stuff like Ark Survival Evolved. I have played Fortnite from time to time. Trying to think of other ones that I've played recently. So we've got Ark Survival Evolved. What other games have we got on there? I do like to play Titanfall once I renew my Xbox Pass. That's always a good one to play. I guess there's a few of them really. I think that'll do for the lighting at the moment. I think I've got enough picked up on here. So this is our lighting layer. So if we drop that down a bit. Oh wow. Cool, I'm done. That's it. I'll just do it like this. This looks quite cool. We'll just have this effect on it. A ghost version of it. No, I'll do it properly, but this will give me the idea of the lighting. to be done. So yeah, I do like to play quite a few games. Fall Guys from time to time on Koi Fish Gaming stream. Mario Kart, Pokemon Violet when I get a chance to go on it. Did you bring your Switch?
Mm.
Ooh, I might get a go this weekend. Be the first time in like a couple months that I've had, or a month. Feels like a couple months. A month I think.
3 weeks at best.
So about a month then, yeah. Oh, what's happened here? I ended up coming out of my playlist. Hang on, let me restart the playlist. Need to make sure I got the copyright-free music playing. Cool. So yeah, I do play a fair few. Actually, can I cheat on this? Let's duplicate this so I don't lose it and lock that out underneath. So we've got this. So how about I... these are more blue in colour, aren't they? So potentially I want them to be... I just want to see if I can yeah, no, that's not going to work. That's fine. I'll try and multiply later to see what I can do. Basically, I'm trying to find the right colours to... yeah, I play Minecraft from time to time. Minecraft Dungeons is quite fun, and the actual Minecraft game I have played before. Which can also be quite fun. Maybe I want colour. No. Okay, what about darken? Will that give me the... I'm basically trying to find the right colour contrast on here to be across... So in effect, this is painted the colour of the top, but I'm not picking up the bits underneath, even though it's darkened. And it should pick up wow, we've got some funky designs on here. Right, let's get some flat colours in on this while we've got a chance to in a minute before we do anything else. Because I know what my light values are and where they are, so I want to get some... potential bits of colour sorted, because I've... in effect, if that's my light values here... I'm just trying to find the best way to do this, so yeah, I know it's more like a grey metal. I'm trying to get the kind of a base colour sorted, so I know it's like it's a grey metal, but it's actually more of a it's kind of like a dark blue gunmetal grey. So it's kind of actually more of a colour like... Almost this layer here is... Right, let's unlock that. I got an idea. I just want the... Don't want the luminosity below. That's effectively the colour I want it to be. Where's that ring? Okay, we've got a lighting reference that I can refer back to, and I'll just have to colour these in bit by bit with what I want the colour to be, and then build it up from there. The reason is I'm trying to find a nice... Where was the reference picture I had a minute ago? Where did that go? There we go. Yeah, it's kind of a... That's better. It's kind of this colour I want. And then darker. It will make sense in a minute. It's really difficult to actually get the colour. Once I get the colour right, it's going to look nice. I just need to work my way around to the... It's a bit weird trying to figure out the complete lighting thing for this, but once I do, it's going to make more. There we go. It's weird. I've got the lighting in place now. I've got to get the base colours right. If I get the colours right, it kind of ties in. Hey Sarah, welcome to the stream. I recognise you from Koi-Fish Gaming streams. How's it going? We've done the first illustration and finished it off because it took like half an hour to do the last few bits of it. So we're now working on this illustration of Roy from the Koopalings from Super Mario, and I'm just working on trying to get a chomper in because I've got the lighting in place in this gold effect. Now what I want to do is actually add the sort of like individual characters in bit by bit. But I may actually need to let's cheat. Let's go back to doing layers for different aspects, because that's going to work out a lot better. Oh no! How did you butcher the clarinet recital, if it's okay to ask? Not trying to put you on the spot or anything. If you don't want to talk about it, then that's not a problem. I know sometimes they can go, they can either go really well, or yeah, you just have an off day and that's it, really. Though hopefully it didn't get butchered too badly. I do want to see that film 65 at some point. It's it looks really good, and the trailer's been everywhere all over YouTube, so that'd be quite nice to see that, but we'll have to see what happens with that one. I had 2 pages of music and I put it on the stand and began to play. A few lines through, I realised I didn't move the pages, so I couldn't see the second page. Oh, damn. Yeah. I can see how that's kind of a... Yes. I wouldn't say it's butchered, but yeah, I get what you mean by, oh. So I was desperately trying to move the page during my 2 beats of break, and yeah, made a mess up really badly. But yeah, it happens. I wouldn't stress about it, to be honest. I know that sounds thingy from someone else saying, yeah, it happens, stress about it. I know that when you're doing stuff like in front of people or recitals or anything, it's easier said than done to say, yeah, don't let it stress you out. But yeah, just other than that, just chill. Is my advice. Not that you've asked for it, so you know, feel free to tell me to shut up if you want to. Nicely though, but yeah. Right, let's I'll fill up those. Yeah, it's one of those things where something happens and you're like, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, and you just go absolutely it's the best way to say, like you say, triggered. It just, that's it, it just plays on your mind everything for the next so long. There's not a lot you can do about it, but you just gotta do what you can to just crack on, continue and do the best you can. Yeah, you could have had a broken reed in your clarinet, or you could have could have been playing in front of royalty and then it's gone wrong. No, it could always be worse, but yeah. I'm trying to add details to a chomper that doesn't look like it wants details. I mean, I know it does, and I'm adding the details as I go along, but yeah, I'm trying to figure out the colours to go with the lighting so that when I actually do this, it works really well. Now that I've got some values kind of defined, in a sense, I want to just try and get at least one of these chompers done, so I've got an idea of colour and stuff when I come back to this, other than just, oh, that's a value, there you go, off you go. At the moment I've got the darker aspects of it, but now what I want to do is go back onto this, pick this up, potentially do an extra layer here for this one, and I want to, let's see, if it's coming up from the bottom, do we want, do you want like a reddish hue coming in? Oh, pink, wouldn't it? Still think it's missing something on this bit. The it's always difficult to figure out what I'm doing colour wise for the bits where I got the lighting, so I want the base colours in, but I want to add enough colour to give it like a, This is where you see someone struggle where they haven't done a light or a texture a certain way and they're learning something new. It's a lot more difficult to get the type of colour that I want on here in this stage. do for that one. Let's go to this one and make another basic colour bit on this side. It's weird. It looks really daft at the moment with the chomper eyes, and they're not pulling out what I want them to. They're not looking quite as nice as I want them to. But I got a feeling it's not going to happen until I get more into the overall piece. So at this point, maybe I should just focus on dropping in some. Much chompery teeth. Yeah, it's looking quite cool. I'm still not 100% happy with it though. I guess it'll happen as I build this up over time. This is the beauty of the digital bit. It's building up this kind of like chomping effect on there. Hey Omen Heart, welcome to the stream. Yeah, ask away, question or two if you want to. But yeah, cool. It's nice to see you on the stream. That's alpha locked. I can actually cheat with that one. I want to add a bit more colour into this one. Actually get away with the pupil of the eye is easier to add the colour to. And then a bit more of. Maybe a little bit more towards the white in there. Yeah, that'll do for that. Okay, that's going to look fine when I add those bits to it. I don't want them just yet. I think I'll stick with flatter colours like this for now to pick out the core bits of what I want. And then I'll add the lighting layer on the top now that I've got a base colour scheme. Oh, that's not a problem, Zara. Ironheart says, do you have an idea on the story for the community redraw? Are you going to plan the story when it reaches the deadline? It's a bit of both. I do have a story outline plan depending on how the submissions from people go. Excuse me. How the submissions go on people. I will be doing the story. So I've started a certain amount of the planning out, which is quite cool. But the final story... Ooh, sorry, it's about 1 AM here, I think. Yeah, it's about 1 AM here. The final story is going to be... The final story will kind of depend on the final few that are submitted. So I've got I always have the general gist of the story planned out, like what I kind of want to happen and the feel and the vibe, and how I'm going to get into the scenario. But how they actually get out the scenario, what they encounter with each submission, is always done by the time I get the submissions at the end. I tend to pick 1 or 2 to get the ball rolling, sometimes 3 just to get part of the story done, and that gets me in the flow of everything. And then by the time I come back to it, I can reread where I got to, and I'm like, oh yeah, so this is where I got to. But it does vary. Usually it's a bit of both. I have an idea, I can't really finish it off till the deadline or after the deadline, but I can start it, which is quite cool. Okay, so I want to merge them down to be a chopper for now, because that's going to work. And then I'm going to do a new layer. I saw that, Omen Heart. That's not a bad idea. I will be doing something with the tribes. Not 100% sure it's going to be contest related just yet, but there will be definitely something happening with the tribes and the interaction and that, which would be quite cool. That needs to be above the chunker layer then. Oh, I'm gonna try to cheat a little bit of this and go around the lines of what I want, just to outline the flat colours maybe a bit more easier. See how that works. Oh, Tony's got a good question. What is your favourite evil villain of all video games you've played? That's a tough one. If it's based on a comic, the video game, I would say Dr. Robotnik, Dr. Eggman. But I don't know, my favourite villain? What's one I really got behind that I really wanted to win? I don't think I really have a favourite villain other than that one based on the comics. I mean, I like a lot of the villains. Sometimes, like in the Marvel universe, they're not quite villains. They're often, they've got good intentions, but it's a villainous way of doing it, like Thanos. I don't really know what villain would be my favourite one of all time. I might need to think about that. I guess my favourite villain of all time, actually, going back on it, would be Arkenfield from Arkenfield or no, Commander Geo or Giro from Guyver Bio Booster Armor is my favourite villain. He's just so arrogant and self-confident, and then whenever he gets into a scenario that's above beyond him, it's just like, yeah, that's just always interesting to watch. But I suppose that's my favourite villain. I kind of like the heroes more than the villains though, but that's a good question. Right, now I can alpha lock that. I can have some fun. So I want that to be a bit lighter than... Eamon Hart says the tribes of the community redraw remind me of a book series called Warriors, which is about separate clans of cats that live in the wild. I've never come across that one before, to be honest. I kind of just picked these ones because I like the sound of the kind of like clans, and I wanted to do something with a clan-based feel. So that's where he kind of come up with that. Nothing more than that. Well, there is a jungle community redraw at some point happening. It may end up being this whole clans thing, but I haven't quite got as far as that yet. Which would be quite interesting if it does end up being that one. But it's kind of like 50-50 if it would even go down that route. Oh, I like how that's starting to come out now, the flat colours on this one. Welcome back, Sarah. You haven't missed much. I've just done a cannon on the back of him that's kind of looking better than the rest of it. I kind of got to do that chomper up at the top. I might actually just cheat and see if I can... Nah, I won't be able to cheat with that. I'll figure that one out later. I'm basically trying to get the flat colours in. Now that I've got a basic idea of the lighting, I want to get the flat colours in. And then once I've gotten these kind of like flats in, I'm going to use this lighting effect to add my main shadows and lights over the top. And hopefully it's going to give quite this cool impression coming up from the character. But I won't be able to finish it this stream. I'm hoping to get quite a fair bit of the kind of the illustration done. But yeah, we've basically, long story short, is we finished this one off. And then we've moved on to this illustration here, which is quite cool. So we're kind of like working our way through it, and we're just sorting out the little bits and bobs as we go along. But I may go for about another half hour just to get these colours down, and then move it on to another sort of like stream later on, so that we've got it all done. So I want that, and that, and that. Pick some of this up, so we've got some. So I don't want to do all the lighting and that. I just want to get enough of the feel for the base colours, like the base dark bit, the dark shadows and light shadows, like on the chomper. Because once I start adding I decide if it's going to have an explosion or flames or stuff coming up from the front, then that'll change the lighting on the top. So if I decide that I'm going to do, it's quite an interesting one, this one. So if I decide I'm going to do flames over here with yellows and reds and everything else, then I'm going to start getting red hues over here on stuff. And obviously I'm just blocking this in, so I'll start getting red lights around here, and this might pick up a bit of a red light glow here. So it's working on those bits to sort it, but in the meantime I actually need to get these chomper type bits done, and I'm thinking I can just cheat. Hey Justin, welcome to the stream. We're probably going for about another half hour or so, but maybe an hour, and then we'll call it a night. But yeah, glad you can make it. And Justin says, Dempsey, is a sentient chalupa and chimichanga. He's right behind you. Oh, I'll be Deadpool then. I can eat a chimichanga. I kind of cheated with this one, didn't I? I just literally just took this and went, yeah, I'm gonna just take this and roll with it. And it actually pretty much worked bar a few little bits. I'm impressed that worked as well as it did, to be honest. I can tidy this up. Who do we still have hanging about? Do we have who's still in the chat? How many have we got, and how many likes have we got? Wow, Tipcentric. I'm amazed you're still here. That's going hardcore for your first stream on the live stream on the channel with me. Definitely appreciate it though. I'm glad I don't sleep much. This is where having my entire or most of my audience based in Eastern Standard Time makes the difference with the time zones. So yeah, it's completely different to well, to the time it currently is, but it's all good fun. And that'll do for a basic highlight from there. I kind of feel that it needs more. This kind of needs to go along here a little bit more. It'll light up from there a bit more, and this one's going to have a bit more of a Loki just says Loki has that kind of artistic kid in a human-sized yo-yo. He won't give them back until you pay the ransom. I don't have to worry. DempseyJ Gaming's here. That kind of artistic kid can be held for ransom.
Yeah. I am 2 people.
Zara's an hour ahead of Eastern Standard Time. Nice. I'm like 5 hours ahead, so it's about 1:10 in the morning on the 4th, Saturday the 4th for me. I completely appreciate that, Tipcentric. Yeah, the picture starts going to life a bit more now when we're at this stage, and it's working. I had to. Normally, I'd kind of just jump straight into the flats and then the colours and build it up over that, but I've never done the lighting at this angle before, so I had to go back to some older methods of doing stuff and actually put in the values of the lighting to get this effect, so that I can do the colours that we've got, because over time it will build up and it'll work. It works, it just takes the time to build it up, and I've got several different references up for colours to kind of like add them into it and to try and push myself. So inspiration on how some people have done digital painting styles of like Balzette, and they've got the chompers in the background, so I can get ideas for how they light up and that, as well as having some reference images, which is quite cool. So I just realised my clarinet fell is now on the internet forever. What you should do is, because it's a you in there, see if you can clip it as a short. If you've got a YouTube channel, put it on there saying what happens when you panic or something, and turn it into something good, and then make it go like viral and just yeah.
No, you caption it as when you forget that the sheep doesn't turn itself.
You're kind of evil there. I think that's the colour I want for this bit. Yeah, that's kind of like the colour for that. Yeah, I mean, worst case scenario, you can always just clip it, make something like a short or a video just for yourself, and just watch it back to just, you know, it sounds really daft, but you can kind of almost desensitize yourself from it. If that helps. I mean, at the end of the day, everyone's got an epic fail somewhere. I'm not sure if it's on the internet for me, but I've had a few epic fails in my time. I've had a few epic fails that aren't on the internet and I can never forget, and it's like, oh yeah. Yeah, the drawing, Stay says, yeah, the drawing's coming more and more awesome and so cool. Thank you. Tip-centric, 50% of my videos are epic fails. Yeah, people love an epic fail video more than anything else, really. Which is a bit weird, but people do love to watch epic fails. So people like watching or hearing about fails so they feel better about their own fails. Yeah, that is true. People do. The other phrase for that is misery loves company, and everybody loves to laugh at misery. But yeah, it's not too bad. It's just one of them things that kind of happens from time to time. Alright, so I turn that alpha lock off. A bit more of a pinkish colour for that now. Tipcentric says, although I'm pretty proud of today's video, I actually made something useful short change. That's quite cool. I have to say, I do love that one that with the shoe and the sandpaper though. I'll have to watch your video for today at some point later on, Tipcentric. But yeah, that one with the shoes and the sandpaper is just, that was just beautiful. I can't describe it any other way. I thoroughly enjoyed watching that. I laughed so much, especially when you stood on it and you get the whole like sound. That was really good. Right, so I need to try and get a bit of a basically all the shadow I need on that bit. Yeah, we want to get these kind of like a bit more of a bronzy gold colour. So I need to go in. In fact, I don't need that. I need that to be more of a That's the point. Tip-centric, are you in the meeting on Tuesday next week? The call? just kind of like throw that one out there. Just double check if you're in the call with Camilla next week or not. Cool. I'll be in there somewhere. I say somewhere. I might not be speaking because I will be technically working at the same time as being in there. But yeah, the call's at like 5 o'clock, so it kind of kills it. I don't get any of the emails from Camilla though. I have a rather different and unique scenario to most people in there, so yeah, that's always fun. But I'll be in the call, so that's always good. Yeah. Sorry, did you see the shoe one with cutting around the shoe and then putting the sandpaper on the bottom? Because that is my favourite one so far. Although I didn't, the one about the taking the tape off, sticking to documents so it doesn't rip it, that no tear one, just blew my mind. It was literally insane. Then what I need to do is just erase this bit. And these, woo. I know I've got to change some more colours on this, but I think I will just stop at the flat colours today once I get them in. Hello, Chroma God. Welcome to my live stream. I'm probably going for about another, well, until I got all the flat colours done at least on this one. I'll show you this in a minute if you haven't seen it already. Depending on how long you've been in the stream, if you've been lurking in the background, or are you here? Are you Chroma God today, or are you the Law God today? I got invited to create a community back in October. I attended the first meeting, but then I never had another email. Then I got an invite to join about a month ago, and this time I'm on the emailing list. It seems. Well, Tip-centric. I'm not on the mailing list. In fact, I got given the invite by the community itself and told to go and join it, because I help out on the Discord quite a fair bit from time to time. So I basically just joined the first call last week, and it's like, yeah, okay, I'll be on these. I'll post shorts to the thing and that, and just take it each week as it goes. I shouldn't have really said that on the live stream, but never mind. No, I basically got members of the community just saying, join it, go. Which is quite cool. So I will eventually get on the mailing list, but for now I'm doing my one short a week. So I will be doing a short next week on Monday. I've done one this week from the community redraw, which is quite cool. Yeah, I know, tell me about it. I just literally got, I was like, should I, shouldn't I? And they're just like, do it, we'll vouch for you. It's like, joined. I'm in, go. It's surreal to think that it's like, yeah, I got told to do it, so I did it. It's weird, I'm putting all these little details in now, and they'll be crucial later on. for a fair part of stuff, but yeah. Alright, I want to do another layer, because I'm trying to keep these on separate layers, so that when I do an alpha lock or something, I can quickly change things around, which looks quite good. Chroma God, I'm everything. Ah, are you an artistic god? Yes, if you're an artistic god, you can take over the picture for me, and I can take a break. No, I'm quite enjoying doing this one, actually. So, in case you were wondering what we're doing, we finished off the last illustration, which was at the start of this, which took like about half an hour. So what I might do is I may have to retitle this stream to be like finishing off this or doing another one. Yeah, it's coming across like this one actually. So this is what we've got so far for the flats going into place. We're doing Roy with his bazooka on one of those flying weird copter boss things, and then we've got two chompers coming across in the background, and we've just got a super blurred background at the moment, which we may change the colours or the feel for it. I just chucked something in there to have a contrasting background, and then I'm just working through this bit by bit to add everything that's needed on it, really. Okay, the chain chomps. I call them bow wows because to me, they were only first introduced in Zelda as those bow wow things that bounce about. But yeah, I thought I'd just I've been getting to Mario illustrations at the moment, so this is the one we finished off. I did give the choice to continue with this one that I've been working on, where I've also got like a Yoshi to finish off in that, and nobody wanted to, but they wanted something new. So I've now started drawing this one in this illustration, or this stream. So in the last 3 hours, we've basically gotten this far. But these will take longer to do because unfortunately, these ones will take a lot longer to do because it's a bit of a digital painting style, but I'm also building it up bit by bit. And I've never drawn lighting at this angle before properly, so I've always done it from the top left or the top right and that. I've never done anything from underneath. I know the principles, but when you do it for the first time, it's like, oh my god. I can tell you how long it's actually taken, Sarah. Oh, it can take me up to 8 hours plus easy to do it. If I go into Canvas and information, it's taken me 2 hours 45 minutes on this one to get as far as I've got on this. And if I go into video, I'll just show you the time lapse. So I basically just started sketching out what I wanted. I had an idea of what I actually wanted to put in there. I then inked it. Came up with a background bit. I tried doing the lighting without knowing which way I wanted it to go, just trying to do it in my head. It didn't work, so then I created this rough lighting guide that looks like a golden statue, and then I've started playing around with putting the actual colours on top, following the rough guide from the lighting beforehand, and then it's just working through it to get to these points. So it's not really lots of practice. It's made me faster at doing the colouring and that, and I'm just using steps I use all the time with a few tweaks. But yeah, but yeah, I mean, some sketches can take me hours. I mean, this one, for example, this illustration took 7 hours to do. That one. So that was a 7-hour illustration because I wasn't used to it. And this is like getting to the early points at 3 hours, so it's probably going to be the same. Yeah, tip-centric. Once this one's actually done, I plan to turn all of these into shorts and point them to the main video or show bits. So when I do my normal videos with the lore, I'm having that, like the community redraw short I've done, it'll have a snippet, a bit of the drawing going, and like the speech bubble, the character, or my voice, or me talking, as a little short, and then it'll say, you know, check it out if you want to find out more. To go on shorts and Instagram reels, and because I'll make them local and then just upload them with no watermarks. And then when it comes to the actual videos like these, I take the live streams and I will shorten, maybe take the time lapse out from this and turn it into a standalone small 6-minute video, or however long it is, 6, 7, 8-minute video. It's just music only. So I try to reuse what I've got lately, which is quite good. So I wish it was that simple to become famous, but definitely going to be doing that. Chroma God, that'd be quite cool. I do have to do some drawing stuff actually at some point. For our good friend Koi, I said last year I'd draw something for him, so I've got to draw it. And he's challenged me in the Crushers Discord of his, in his Koi Fish Crushers, to do a type of illustration type thing. So I need to do that. That's that. This is going to be this colour. So I need to do some fan art for the channel. But yeah, I've got some artwork I need to work on. It should be quite cool. Oh, you had to ask Kramer for a dad joke. Go on then, Kramer. Do a dad joke. I know we can't hear your voice, but let's go for one. Is it bad, Chroma God? I heard that in your exact voice from Koi Fish's stream yesterday, with your yeah type of way of saying it. Justin, how does Browser like his steaks? Or Bowser like his steaks? I don't know. How does he like his steaks? Let's continue this a bit more. Yeah, that's my style, the lore style, yeah. Cool, so I've got that in place. I then want to do a need a purple colour for the shell. It's going to be a magenta colour, so this is the only purple bit I need for the shell. What's some garlic in sunlight? No garlic? Okay, I forgot my puns. Here goes. Oh boy. Okay, let's go. What does a clock do when it's hungry? I don't know. What does a clock do when it's hungry, Chroma God? It goes back for seconds. Oh, that's a proper dad joke. Sorry, you can't go no why after you've said go on. Have you got a dad joke and you've asked for it? That's yeah. Sorry, you kind of like asked for that one. I got no sympathy. Justin says, "What do you call a girl that lives at the bay? Bagels." They're all coming out of the woodworks. That's the point. Is Koi still lurking? Woohoo! Tony, I like this dad joke. Yeah, the dad jokes are quite fun. We do have fun on the channel with them. I say channel with them. We do have fun in general with them, to be honest. Cause more that way. Let's line this up nicely. Yeah, charge! Yes, Chroma God, what's up? The Seth Rogen TNT movie. Oh, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle one. What one's that? I know there's some Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle stuff happening soon, but I'm not sure what exactly it's going to be. That's more of that colour, I think. Oh, Chroma gods. My dad unfortunately passed away when we couldn't remember his blood type. His last words to us were "be positive." Oh, Chroma god, just oh. What? Oh, you've made. Oh, I get you now. What layer is that one on? That must be on the chomper one. There you go. Perfect. Yeah, Chroma, you're gonna have to make a channel and just put all your dad jokes on it. With your impersonations. Do Donald Duck impersonation for every dad joke. That would be quite funny. Well, I say that, you might get in trouble with Disney. Don't do Donald Duck. Just do some cool dad joke thing. Make up your own voice for it or something. That'd be quite cool. Don't want you getting in trouble. I swear this tune is the same as what Koi uses. For the, like, waiting page. I just got the same feel. Yeah, do some shorts, Crim God, with dad jokes in them. That'd be quite cool. I have to say, I'm planning to get more into shorts because I'm not too far off the watch time goal. I think, depending on how the stream goes, I'll be down to about 100, fingers crossed, maybe down to about 140, maybe 130 hours left by the time it processes it, processes the analytics in a couple of days' time. If I'm lucky, I'll be lower down than that, but we'll see. I'm just wondering if I can take the color of this and just be cheeky on his design. Oh, I like the way that's looking. Let's see if I can do the same on this. And that's probably going to have to go down the other route to be more... What's it be colour? Maybe that one needs to be multiplied for that. Just to... Last day I was with my French teacher and I asked him to play video games. He said we. Oh boy. They're all coming out now, Crim God. All your jokes are coming out. I will tweak the colours over the top, but I think for a base colour this isn't going to be too bad. I do think that's better. And then I just need to really? God, I did that. Interesting. That means I need to erase that one. Erase these ones to make them more. And then colour these ones in. It's weird how the multiply and the layer effects work, but if I've done it right, I've just quickly coloured in quite well the whole main bulk of the character, which saves a lot of time later on. Then I have to create a flat of everything at some point to work on top of. What way would be best to do that? Maybe it's better. And then I just want to do a darker layer around the sunglass bit, and then I think we're probably done for the flats on this one. Which should be quite cool because these are starting to work nicely. So I've got all these layers here. I can delete that one, I don't need that. So if I turn that to a hard light 50%, just make sure I got the right colour that I want to use. Cool. Clipping mask. Clipping mask, and that's going to become an add layer. Yeah, but it's not finished. It's it needs more. Sounds really daft, that, doesn't it? But it needs more. By adding all these contrasting bits to it in a second and the lighting, I can experiment with something a second to effectively add more to this piece. And then it needs once I got this basic lighting on, I need another colour pass over the top. Yeah, that'll sort this out in a minute. Ooh, favourite movie? Animated movie, animated series, live action. Animated movie or live action movie, or just movie in general? Chroma God, mine's DempseyJ illustration stream. Well, I appreciate that, Chroma God. Oh, do your fave for each one. Okay, favorite animated movie that I've watched that I'd probably watch again and again. What's the one I keep going back to? I quite like for a 3D animated movie. I would say my favourite one was Final Fantasy VII Advent Children, but I just loved Final Fantasy VII and the storyline for it. Favourite live action movie is probably Guyver Dark Hero. They actually made the Guyver series into it's my favourite one out of the two, and I quite liked the way it was. It's an older style movie, but it is a really good one. I like it a lot. Favourite animated series, I don't really know. Guyver's my go-to one for an animated series, but I don't say it's my favourite one out of all because I've seen so many. Probably That Time I Got Reincarnated as a Slime is quite high up the list on that one. And then yeah, after that it's just, I guess, live action movie I say Guyver, but I also do like some of the Avenger ones and that, so there's too many to choose. It's a good question which one, but there's too many to choose. It's very hard to say for definite which one's the, like, oh yeah, high up the list I want this one, this one, this one. There's more dad jokes coming from Chroma God. For you those that struggle at maths, it's as easy as pie. And then this layer is going to have an additive layer, or our add layer, which is going to be more fun, because this is the bit where we start highlighting everything. Yeah. I think that's starting to make a difference for the illustration in terms of the lighting, to just get a general feel of it. Like I say, there's still a fair bit more to do, but it's starting to come together nicely. Hi Justin, welcome back. I'm probably going for about another 10 minutes or so. just because of what the time is now, but starting to just drop some of the extra lighting on bits of this just to try and make it kind of fit a bit nicer. Well, this one's definitely far from finished, but it's getting there. Still got to do colour lightings and stuff, but I think maybe we should leave it at this bit for now, and then I think what I'll do is I'll call this one a stopping point here, and we'll pick this up on the next stream because there's still quite a fair bit left to do on this. But I'm really pleased with how this is looking out so far, or how this is coming out so far, and how it's looking. So what do you guys think? Do you like how the Roy with his bazooka and the whole lighting effects coming out from this one? It's kind of like he's just fired the bazooka off and he's just like, yeah, I've hit something. Which has got a nice feel to it, but I need to work on the chain chomps kind of design a little bit in terms of the lighting effects and the colour on that a bit more. But I think this is a good place to stop currently on this one. So has anybody got any questions before we call it a night or a morning or wherever you are in the world, because it's been about 4 hours. But I'll definitely be posting a little teaser of this one out and turning this into the thumbnail for this one. It'll be kind of like finishing the other one, swapping to this one, and then I have to create some short bits out. But yeah, we got any questions before we call it a night, or is it time to just call it a night? I think it's time to call it a night. Thanks, Sarah, I appreciate it. And I hope you guys like how it's turned out so far. It's come out way better than I thought it'd be. So I'll probably definitely be doing more of this illustration style on the channel. And then, yeah. Well, thank you everyone for joining the stream. and I will see you all next time.